at Victory Plaza. We just got our double jump. Fortunately, I don't think Victory Plaza has any way to quickly get back to it. We'll find out in a moment. The ladder leads underground. That's where we originally came from. Ah, a teleporter. Suppose we could use that. So the main thing I wanted to do before I completely forgot it was hit that one thing over in the asylum. I think it's in the Sciences District. Actually, it might be better to go the other way, I guess. That's gonna lead up and out to the, That's gonna lead up and out to the, God, what are they called? To the, loading platform or whatever. The containers. I guess I could confirm that I'm right about that. Pretty sure that's where we're at. Yeah, that leads to loading platforms.
Surround him!
I'll just confirm this and probably end up heading back. Yeah, because the containers lead to the train. That's another reason this might not work super well. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll go to Uptown. probably turn down the volume a little bit. At least on the effects. Still really high. Yeah, 30's much better. Yeah, let's go downtown, I think. Okay, I can work from here. Still a little far back, but do this. Okay, wouldn't be that way. It's wildly stupid that there's this many traps.
Surround him! He's killing me. Everything in order.
I think about this gives people a time or a chance to get in also. Figure this will take me probably another 7 minutes to get what I'm looking for and then get back to where I was at. Something like that. Gotta close it up.
Cleaning procedure initiated.
don't think it's that way. I mean, I guess I could just go normal. Eventually I'll hit the place I'm thinking of. Yeah, whatever, buddy. Yeah, that's nothing. I feel like it might have been in this area. Yeah, this one. Client satisfaction. From the Jericho unit specialists in fighting supernatural threats to therapists at the hospital. With this memorial, the members of the team wish to express their admiration of doctors, psychiatrists, and workers at this mental hospital. Fight against supernatural threats requires paying a high price, often life itself, and always the mental state of the soldiers. As regular clients of this establishment, we know of the dedication and professionalism of all the employees to whom we owe our sanity and spiritual peace. I mean, presumably that's everything. Seems like it. We already did look at the demonic wings. Belmonts are done. Brotherhood of Light's done. Zobek will be soon enough. So we still have Zobek, Satan. Yeah, Zobek, Satan, and then Diaries and Memoirs.
Cleaning procedure initiated.
Hope I can go back this way. Otherwise it'd be pretty lame. Oh yeah, I got the Frost power to do this. Okay, back to victory. Every time I get up to this stealth scene I'm about to do, I always go like, man, do I actually remember how to do it? So far, I haven't had much issues. By the way, I don't think you can actually move through this. Yeah. Like, super open area, not allowed to go through. It's quite silly. Get another place. I think this works, right? Yeah. So they do have a bunch of places where you can escape. You get caught for stealth, and there are a couple of hidden area things, but most part, just doing the stealth. Recollection is something like this. And that, excuse me? Okay, well, I'm gonna restart from checkpoint.
I can reach the back.
I am shocked that they actually caught me from that far away. But I love how they can't see that. But this guy, that guy will definitely see stuff. So, like, they can see me from over there, but that guy will, like, just be completely blind to my mist for, like, large sections of stuff. I tried to do a faster version of it, but it's just use normal. This is the problem, though. Oh, did I have a full bar? I might not have had a full bar. Oh. Good enough. Got this room that basically makes no sense whatsoever. And again, the room I was just in had, like, dilapidated floors and stuff underneath it, so... excuse me? That's some horseshit. I double jumped over that. Oh well. Good to see that. Absolutely stupid. Oh well. So having a blizzard would be nice here, but I don't need it. I'm also relatively sure that I can't do it on this one, because I think at the end of this fight is a grab cutscene. I won't get it here either. Whew. Funny thing is, I think if I go this way, then he won't show up. Shame we can't just destroy these guys beforehand, huh? We get to look at them. They're all super cool. Here's Nurgle. There's 30 FPS clockwork behind him.
Do my eyes deceive me? Which dark hole have you crawled out from? So the dragon lives. We thought you dead. Where are you going, little dragon? Eternity alongside my father awaits you. What cheap trick is this?
What in hell's name?
Very clever. So you have lured me to your castle. My power here is pathetic. I can see that I have underestimated you. Accept my apology. It won't happen again.
Lenisio reta froi, suot modini cadre vale, detacina moxia iroi, trollium liurioi od, itinereta ilaro dug morsu, estna!
I won't make you suffer. Every drop of your pain belongs to my father.
Your soul will go mad in eternal agony. Your suffering will make hell itself cry. Your existence will know only pain.
Oh.
Perhaps my lord will allow me to look after you once he's tired
Huh.
of your soul. The pain you will enjoy in hell will be exquisite. My father eagerly awaits you in his kingdom. My power is running out in this damned place, but I will not be defeated by you. I will not fail.
Apparently, his head was made out of delicious raspberry jam. Gondor calls. You should remember these places from previously in the game. But for the purposes of what we need to do, we actually need to go up. Pretty soon. Oh, you actually didn't need to go up. Oh, why are those there? Oh, so you can get past this stuff, even though you should be able to miss through it. But, you know. Had to be jerks about it. Statue.
Thank you for bringing me the Mirror of Fate, Father. You know, only you are able to fulfill your destiny.
I saw my destiny in this mirror a long time ago.
But you were alone then. Now you have Mother and me.
That's true.
The mirror can help you sometimes, when it wants to.
There is no armor against fate.
Then make me a promise.
What is it?
When this is over, choose your family.
I've already done that.
A great victory, my friend.
There's still one left.
Indeed. And I fear that it's only a matter of time before he finds us. Since the death of his brother and sister, the third acolyte has come out into the open and is unleashing all his power to find those responsible.
He's more powerful than the others, and appears to fear nothing.
Ow.
This
Wonder if we'll fight him.
commands ultimate possession and control over others. Religious power.
There's a conclave in the Basilica of the city. The church leader's been locked inside there for weeks. The acolyte must be one of them.
Remember
For weeks, they've been
our
doing that.
deal, Gabriel.
For
Destroy the
weeks.
acolytes before Satan can be summoned. And you will have the eternal peace you desire. Every second counts. Go with him.
We must find the third acolyte.
Okay. Let's do a little bit of lore cleanup here. Don't think we have anything here. We've gotten everything, actually. Mirror of Fate. Only a few fragments of the Mirror of Fate survived in the ruins of Dracula's tower. After Simon and Alucard defeated him, their nicked glass still retains a trace of the magic that has guided Belmont destiny this far. Perhaps if the parts were brought together again, it would once more show their fate to those who see their reflection within. Nurgle Meslamstia. The new laws passed by the government give each man, woman, and child the right to defend themselves and their families. It is a situation made possible by the influence of the military corporation, which supplies arms to both police forces and to businesses around the city. Director Nurgle Meslamstia is Satan's second acolyte. He is a cold and proud being, capable of possessing enormous inanimate objects and imbuing them with supernatural power. However, his ability is not limited to just large, mundane objects such as stone statues or heavy machinery. Each weapon that leaves the factory has been imbued with a fragment of his demonic essence, enabling him to influence the minds of those who carry them. I can see I have underestimated. Riders of the Storm. 3 imposing statues top one of the castle's tallest towers. They represent wind, lightning, and thunder. The Riders of the Storm, born of the legends of the East, come down to Earth to collect the riches of the men who have asked for favors from the heavens. Nurgle, making use of his ability to possess objects, divides his demonic essence to get inside the 3 figures, give them life, and set their mythical powers against Dracula. The hissing spear, the shining sword, and the thundering battering ram now point at the neck of the Prince of Darkness, coming to life. So we've got 3 more people in that. Okay. And the Gorgon, I think, was the last thing. Ledornion and the Gorgon. She climbs the walls seducing as she dresses in rags without shame. Like a girl in a brothel. She is a worm in my cadaver. She gets into my head. My guts still hang from her mouth as she whispers in my ear, "Still hungry, Daddy. Pull off your greaves. I want dessert." When I arrived here, I envied the dead. Now I gladly feed a little girl. I die with the pride of a father who fasts to feed his children. My soul will become yet another spark in the primordial chaos. I am fodder for one of its guardians. Must stop writing. Her dream is even clearer in my head. Soon she will come around the corner and eat me. Another satisfied victim. Bad drink for Raldu. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to come to this abandoned shop. The relics and potions, surely they are arcane and powerful, but I couldn't have drunken all the cups that were left. I think I'll sleep here for a while. Even Dracula's dungeon seems like a nice place now. Not even the screams of pain or smell of death interrupt my daydreaming. With the lot I've amassed today, I will be a powerful warrior tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow's better. The only useless relic I found in this quill that transcribes everything you say. Ha, look at it move. Boo, boo, ha ha, boo. Dance, 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 boo, boo. Curse of the Clumsy Leonard. I curse my name for having insulted the camp healer. Because of her evil eye, I am trapped at the top of this tower. When I scratched my arm, the captain thought I was volunteering, and when I finally got here, the trapdoor blocked my way. My sword broke when I tried to pry my way out. I can't even alert anyone, as the lookout's horn fell into the depths long before as I was climbing. I resigned myself to waiting for my comrades to rescue me, but after 3 days and 3 long nights, I have still received no word from them. A colony of bats have been flying over me for hours now. Each time I fall asleep due to exhaustion, I wake up to dozens of them standing on me, draining my blood with their sharp fangs through my arm. I scare them off again and again, but they always return. I'm afraid the next time I close my eyes will be my last. Banquet of Sir Troilus. My hands are still shaking, and my heart is still beating furiously in my chest. The horn of Bromios is blowing near here, calling the creatures of the night. So often we prayed when it resounded in the valleys, begging that our village was not the target. Terror floods me now one last time, with the certainty that I will die in this in a violent, cruel feast. The castle is shaking to its very foundations. The beasts are coming together to hunt, and I am trapped at the meeting point. All I have left is to hope they are hungrier than they are thirsty for violence, that they take less pleasure in my pain than in my flesh. We'll go beardless. Secret of Gisvirio the Beardless. I have suffered greatly to keep my secret, but now I haven't got a hope of completing my mission to worry about the consequences of revealing it. No one realized until now that I am actually a woman. I infiltrated the army to find my fiancé, who left me standing at the altar to answer the sudden call to duty. The last thing I know is that he enlisted in the Brotherhood as a scout, and that this castle was his last destination before he disappeared. In the last few days, as I dragged my heavy armor through these filthy passageways, I have had enough time to think about what I will say to him when I find him. Hilbert, you were never the most devout man, and you always criticized the inefficiency of the army. If you thought I'd believe your lies, you were wrong. I have come back to ensure you never return, and to make it clear that I found a man who does not judge my beauty as cruel as you. There's a Hilbert. Civic memorials. Recognition of the Masters. The station was built using the original structure of one of the castle's large water reservoirs. Despite the terrible earthquakes of the past decade, this structure has withstood severe damage, proving the enormous virtue of the architects who originally built it. The legacy of those masters remains in the architectural books and inspires countless generations. Even today, our experts continue to use some techniques of the past in the construction of highways, canals, and even most modern skyscrapers. Shame of Llewellyn the Miserable. Llewellyn the Miserable did not deserve to be remembered for his actions, rather for his nickname. This memorial is for the eternal shame of those who, like him, dishonor the principles and values that guided the Brotherhood of Light to victory against the forces of Dracula. According to the chronicler of the time, Llewellyn left his detachment to its own fate in the castle dungeons, and although he himself met a dishonorable death not much later, this memorial will exhibit his dishonor to all future generations. So who is Llewellyn? Yes. So he just had, like, the worst luck ever. And then he was like, well, gotta sit here and wait until someone could do anything. Or no. Never mind. Yeah, so basically he dips while taking all the people's stuff. So I think this one is actually apt. Victory Plaza and the cinema. The walls of the building have witnessed the growth of great contemporary artists and have set the stage for all types of stories in novels and feature films. The one most related to this place was the famous drama Alucard the Vampire. The legend-turned-film was highly controversial, as its main character was an immortal knight of the night. Too far ahead of its time, the film told of how a vampire fed off the blood of beautiful ladies from his building without taking their lives. Its transgressing vision suggested with looks, gestures, and words that the victims were enchanted or even in love with their fascinating captor. The film debuted in 1982, despite being rejected by the most conservative members of the church, and was highly successful with critics and audiences alike. Thanks to Lord Zobek. This luxurious building was built near a century ago to house the most illustrious families of our society. The driving force behind it, Lord Zobek, who financed its creation along with that of many other homes in the city's wealthy neighborhood. We must recognize the enormous influence that this well-known businessman has had in the growth of our select group, and thank him for his efforts and dedication in undertaking his works. Seeing how he continues to be healthy and full of energy at the age of 112 reminds us that the secret of success is not only in keeping a good image, but also knowing how to use it. Okay. Hold on a minute. So Zobek goes into hiding, but he's publicly known as a figure that works on housing developments, didn't change his name, goes by Lord Zobek, presumably has had pictures taken of him when he doesn't look that different from what he used to look like, and he's 112. And this didn't bring up any red flags to anyone in Satan's, group of people. Boy, this story's garbage. Boots of Gandalfi. During the construction works of this building, the Cyclone Boots, one of the mythical lost relics of the Brotherhood of the Light, was found on this very spot. They are an instrument that enabled those who wore them to run at superhuman speed and even overtake a warg in a race. Their creator, the Master Gandalfi, was an expert craftsman who changed our way of fighting against the Dark Forces thanks to his powerful relics that were used to equip the Order's paladins. Gandalfi disappeared in the final part of his life, and no one knows what his last activities were or the location of his remains. Ecclesiastic probation. Based on the law of holy censorship, Bishop Froilan IV prohibited the image of the paintings, tapestries, and other pictorial representations stored together with this writing to be transported or reproduced outside of this room, or that they be restored by anyone from outside of our holy order. With this, we want to keep these works and their dubious message from confusing our devout citizens and avoid that some unscrupulous person could change the way they look. The soul of the one who disobeys this decree will be automatically be excommunicated and condemned to the burning fires of hell for all eternity. Our Registry of Evidence. The Society of Historicism collects here historical evidence of local myths and legends. It includes the vast registry of sightings of the child wolf Dracula, which, despite its name, has not been blamed for attacks on humans. It also documents the origins of the Festival of the Chupacabras held in mid-March, which is still very popular. There is also the legend of the White Vampire that, thanks to its cinematic adaptation, is another one of the most recognizable myths of the city. The myth and folklore stored here must not be mixed or confused with other beasts and historical persons, namely the wingless vampires, Apterovampirus, or the Harpies of the Death, Harpyvampirus. So we have 4 more there, and kind of close to 4 more there. Shall continue on. We'll probably clean up the last little bit of those once we get to once we defeat death, shall we say. We were just over here.
There must be some way to go forward.
Now we do the easy stuff here. Actually, I think this one's actually set correctly. You know, no way that I would get any type of good luck in an actual run, but I'm doing this? Sure.
Fascinating.
Okay. Fortunately, you'd need a way to operate that, which means you don't have the lieutenant, so I
You'll
don't
need
know
to
if you
make
could
a
actually
path to
do
that
these.
mechanism. Go ahead. Our objective is very close now.
The last outstanding enemies.
Come on, damn beasts! I'll sharpen my weapon on your bones. Come on, damn beasts! Come on, damn beasts! Very good.
O you, who inhabit the primordial air, whom from the corners of the earth are all powerful, to you it is said, contemplate the glorious face of Satan, the beginning of all consolation and whose eyes give clarity to the stars. Let the seasons be confused, and let it be that no creature shall be equal. Let all men fight among themselves. Let their work be mutilated and their homes be no more
There's the
than caves
Acolyte.
for the beasts
We
of the
must
world.
destroy him before he can summon Satan.
You're not going anywhere.
You did it. The way out of the castle's there. Remember?
The throne room.
Okay. Question
Don't be late,
becomes,
Father.
after this scene, should I play the DLC? It's a kind of decent point to put the DLC. That's what I'll do.
Let's continue on.
Actually kind of makes sense. I think I might do that. Actually. 'Cause we're gonna get the crux of what happens in the DLC here and we can play it out. A really cool visual also.
What you are looking for is in that book, Gabriel.
She's just walking around barefoot, huh?
Time to wake up, Father. Remember. Remember everything.
God is with me, monster.
That will be your ruin.
Christus vivit, Mistus regnat, Christus ab omni malo te defendat, maledicti et excommunicati daemones, in virtute storum factorum Dei
I was
nominum.
like you once. But your God showed me another path.
Messias, Emmanuel, Soter, Sabaoth, Agios, Inkyros, Athanatos, Jehovah, Adonai.
That's why the power of your God cannot destroy me. Because I am his chosen one. Ubi fuerunt haec nomina et digna Dei. Praecipimus vobis, at quaeligamus vos ut non habeatus. Potestatem per pestem, nec per aliquod. Quod eamque maleficium nocere incantationem neque in anima nec in corpore. Trevor?
Trevor died a long time ago, Father. You made me what I am. I stand here before you, reborn, a vampire. I am Alucard.
Why are you here? You know better than anyone I cannot die. My immortality runs through your veins too.
Of course. Only my father, Gabriel Belmont, can destroy Dracula.
It is too late for me.
How can you be so sure?
The roots of evil are deep. Irreversibly so in the hearts of men. It is their true nature. Their destiny. I was their most devoted warrior. A champion of light. But I fell. Fell into darkness. And now, I am feared as the Prince of Darkness. Ironic, don't you think? The mighty Zobek hides from me like the scared rat he is. Even Satan himself is too afraid to leave the pits of hell and fight me. But if I die now, Alucard, they will simply take my place. Evil will prevail. It is the natural order. The world is like this. Abandon all hope.
No. What if there was a way to destroy their evil forever? To free mankind from tyranny? If they believed you dead, they would come out into the light once more, would they not? This is the Crusaegrim. I forged this weapon from a fragment of the vampire killer you drove into Camilla's heart. I found it in the castle, all those years ago. The first time we faced each other in combat. If your heart is pierced by this weapon, you will fall into a deep sleep. It will not kill you. But you would lose all your powers and would not be able to resurrect until it was removed. This is not the true death you desire. But Satan will think you dead. Centuries will pass, and his acolytes will start to prepare for his return. Zobek will no doubt think that
Satan is going to return. And he will be beset by panic. Zobek knows only too well that he is no rival for Satan, so he'll look for me, in the hope that I'm still alive somewhere.
At the appropriate time, I will remove the sword. I'll make sure that Zobek finds you. He knows only that with your help can the Acolytes be destroyed and Satan's return foiled.
I will be too weak. Zobek will see through the charade easily.
The long sleep will fragment your memory. Zobek will only see confusion.
I won't remember this conversation. And Zobek will see only dark shadows in my mind. But how can you be sure I'll collaborate with him?
Because, in exchange for your help, he'll offer you the one thing you really desire. True death. Eternal peace.
Zobek has the vampire killer.
Yes. You thought your weapon broken, but he has found the fragments and rebuilt it. Only he can grant you eternal rest.
How do you know that, Alucard?
You must allow the last Acolyte's summoning ritual to bring Satan to this earth. We can trap him here. And we can destroy him. Forever! For that to happen, you must recover all your powers again, in order to confront him at that critical moment.
You're asking me to free the world from Satan again? To sacrifice everything for humanity again?
Yes, I am! Within this last moment, you will hold both Zobek and Satan within your grasp.
Then do it. Push that damn sword into my heart before I change my mind! Son. When will I meet you again?
When I put my hand on your shoulder, Father. It's been a long journey. Remember? Remember our pact, Father?
I remember it well, son. Come, priest. Summon your father. Bring mighty Lucifer out of his hole to face his old enemy. One last time.
O true Lord, tell me the exact place in which you desire to be reborn.
Torizod! Nokwasahi Otfekosaga!
I understand.
Where has he gone?
I don't know. That language is unknown to me.
That language. It's ancient Enochian. The language of Satan. Miserable traitors! Now receive your just rewards for your disloyalty, betrayer!
He is mine.
May you and your spawn be damned!
Yeah, don't show him transforming.
I'll savor your death, traitor! Chamberlains, let the banquet begin! Come, my children, come eat. Your soul will kneel before me! Chamberlains, let the banquet begin! Come, my children, come eat.
It's kind of showing off a little bit of what these guys can do, since basically never get to see it.
I'll exterminate the filthy lineage of the Belmonts! Your efforts are pathetic!
Come on.
Your soul will kneel before me! You've never been a match for me! Your efforts are pathetic! You've never been a match for me! I'll savor your death, traitor! I'll take you to the limit of pain! You've never been a match for me! Your efforts are pathetic! You've never been a match for me!
big Sub-Zero fatality there.
We must separate. To find out where the last acolyte went.
Yes, Father. We need to hurry. I'll let you know if I find him.
Alright, so we'll make sure we get a save. Then we're gonna go ahead and do the DLC, because I think it makes sense around now. It's for story-wise. And we can get a nice clean ending of the hubbub that usually happens. Go over here and attempt to get them to fight each other. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Nice. That's another Klytos. Suppose we can also finish out the data logs here. Or at least most of them. My recollection is it's the art district. Yeah, okay. So, we are going to check out the last of our little log. And get into that DLC. Death. Countless pictorial and literal references, or literary references, have inspired Zobek to shape his true appearance as his most admired character is described. Death. A legendary skeletal being that ends the life of humans once their role in this world is finished. During an endless period of time in which he was trapped in his domains, the King of Death studied desperately to find new ways of manifesting his power. Using all of his efforts to gather a significant number of souls, he found the way to forge with them a ghostly scythe with extraordinary properties. It is a weapon that will be of great use when his skill with brandishing cutting words is not enough to avoid battle. Your spawn forever damned, be damned forever. Servant Corpse. The catacomb on which Satan's chapel of worship is built has served as the tomb of the most prudent parishioners, known as the Black Saints, who collaborated in the growth of the church with their lives and money. When their time came, the cadavers were duly emptied and covered with cloths to keep all diseases away from their bodies and give them their well-deserved eternal rest. That is a privilege that Death himself is refusing them now, awakening them and forcing them to fight against the enemy until they are completely exhausted. The most illustrious, enclosed in the statues on the walls, retain their vocal cords intact to call out their servants, compensating their limited physical strength with the edge offered by their numerical superiority. Mountains of gold for the miserly, rivers of blood for the irate, young virgins for the lecherous, rejoice brothers, or in the flames of hell we find. Guido Zandor. As humanity prospered under the promises of corrupt leaders and the hope that a blind god would take them in after death, the number of members of the Church of Satan has grown enormously. The main reason is Satan's third acolyte, Guido Sandar, a false priest who by day preaches a corrupt version of the Word of God and by night soothes the faithful with diabolic promises of salvation. His sermon is directed at sinners, cowards, and the ambitious who are willing to pay any price in exchange for a guide at the end of time. The will of the people under his power means Satan's influence in the world increased, making it possible to indoctrinate new bankers, politicians, journalists, through whom the rest of humanity would be submitted. Contemplate the glorious face of Satan, the beginning of all consolation, his eyes, clarity, and stars. We'll learn about Leviathan and Satan later, as we have not seen them directly yet in this game. Fear of Gerard the Lionhearted. The armor is making my body cold, and the exhaustion leaves me numb. Will it never stop snowing in this place? I've managed to drag myself to the old theater. I must find refuge, but I'm afraid to enter. I hear hysterical laughing inside, and I think I know where it is. The legend is true. The elders weren't lying. The Toymaker exists. The cold nights of the winter, they spoke of him and his story. In their version, though, the Toymaker disappeared into eternal hibernation. I suppose the fearsome lord of the castle woke him up when he took this place over. The laughter has stopped. I think the worst is past. I'll wait to hear a minute more, then go in. Fascination of the Two. I have found Sir Gerard. He hid outside the auditorium. He went mad and now refuses to go on. It seems that the old Time-Maker has been awoken and the Knights of the Brotherhood should bow down fearfully before him. Before his talking dolls. What threat could some wooden puppets and string pose? The lights are going out now. The curtain is opening, a melody begins to play, and the presenter starts the show. I must wait here until the music stops. Wouldn't it be polite to interrupt the show, even if one is to be the star? End of Andreas Aloysius. My name is Andreas Aloysius, and I have just noticed that I am injured. I will leave a written testament of my misfortune here and now. The power of the mind over body is curious, as I have been able to escape from the greenhouse like a bat out of hell, but as soon as I saw the dark, dense blood bubbling out of my side, I collapsed, incapable of taking another step. I never saw my enemy in there. All I saw were dead leaves flying around me and my comrades, falling one after the other, decapitated, disemboweled, and crushed. I'm quite sure it wasn't Dracula who massacred us, rather a creature of the forest. I'm almost happy about it. The wound doesn't hurt, my consciousness is escaping me. There are worse ways to die. Andreas Aloysius was... No, Andreas is that one. There's Andres de Ligal. Good job, guys, just picking names that are wildly similar. Company of Eddard S. Eddard Stark. Shortly after entering the greenhouse, I noticed something strange was happening. The tops of the trees swayed as one. Though no wind was pushing them, an intoxicating smell seemed to flood everything, with no sound other than our own footsteps could be heard around us. One of us, frantic, drew his weapon. He thought he had seen the face in one of the trees, and he began cutting its trunk. That was when a whirlwind of leaves engulfed him, coloring the ground red with his blood. The rest of the company began to panic. Some of them ran away, others simply disappeared. Captain Robert and I stood our ground. Terrified, I looked to my superior for his orders, but all I found was the face of someone who had gone mad and sought to kill me. We drew, crossed our swords several times, and stabbed each other in the chest. It was fortunate enough to be able to hide and leave a record of the danger that befell us before I lost my mind. Rodrig the Swift. When the creature with the brute face, or with the brutal face, found us and began to mutilate us. Those of us who still had feet ran like the wind. Shortly after finding a hiding place, I stopped hearing the screams of my comrades. I prayed that their executioner would be distracted by their cadavers and would not notice the absence of mine. My wounds and fear keep me from getting up, where from here I can see its bird flying over the big tree. It doesn't seem to be a normal bird. It looks unusual and doesn't seem to behave like an animal. Its eyes transmit the obedience and cruelty of a demon. I think that in some way its master can see through them. If that's the case, I'm city memorials. Tourist information. Built on the ruins of the castle's ancient library, this site still remains a part of its original walls. It is a free blend of the original medieval Gothic and Neo-Gothic. The church owes its name to the lineage of the Belmonts, heroes in the fight against the monsters of antiquity. Its bells ring each year in late April to commemorate the sacrifice of the Brotherhood of Light. Its glorious feat. It looks like fear, but feet. Origins of the Church. The Holy Inquisitorial Basilica was consecrated in the year by Pope Clement XIII. Built in record time, it hosted the first conclave and was the heart of the re-establishment of the Holy Church after the disappearance of the Brotherhood of Light. Without the lands and troops of days gone by, this unarmed army of the faith has guided our consciences to today. The mysticism that pervade the walls of this holy building satisfy all those who pass between them in search for answers. The wealth accumulated over the years is nothing more than the most vivid reminder of the many mystical longings it has satisfied. We must then admit our inability to understand the cosmos in its entirety and turn ourselves over to the interpreters of the scriptures so that they can guide our souls to immortal rest of the heaven. Friends of the Museum. The local museum association wants to pay homage to all who made possible the building of the Natural Science Museum in town, now sadly closed due to budget cuts. Its impressive collection encompassed the remains of various lycanthropes, giant spiders, and vampires as well. There was a time when these beasts ruled the earth and terrorized our ancestors. Brotherhood of Light extinguished the Lords of Shadow, and this museum was a valuable reminder of the courage of those men and the horrors they fought against. We cannot afford to forget the past, or we will be doomed to repeat. Praise to the Bernards. The first factory of Bernard Metals Limited, celebrating the centenary of its foundation, pays tribute to our illustrious CEO. He, like all the Bernards who preceded him in office, illuminates our lives with his wisdom and goodness. The lineage of the Bernards has worked hard throughout the centuries for the good of the people of this ancient city. The metallurgical industries, his hospitals, schools, and theaters that now bear his name are witnesses to their greatness. Humble Memorial is a symbol of our eternal gratitude and admiration. Yeah, the guys that basically caused a lot of shit to happen. For the distinct worse. Sure. Okay. So, we are going to do the DLC now. I'm going to take a short break. But we'll do the DLC, and then we'll go ahead and clean up the rest of this game, and we'll be done with it. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay. Let's get in there with Revelations. This is DLC for the game. Just trying to clear all these new artwork things. Go. New Game Plus.
Then do it.
This is the Crusader. If your heart is pierced by this weapon, you will fall into a deep sleep. It will not kill you, but you would lose all your powers and would not be able to resurrect until it was removed.
I will be too weak.
This is not the true death you desire. But Satan will think you dead. Centuries will pass, and his acolytes will start to prepare for his return. At the appropriate time, I will remove the sword. It's done. Father will awake in a few hours. It will not take long for Zobek to feel his presence and send his lieutenant. I am ready. Now it's your turn.
Son! You must come with me to the castle now!
What is it?
The castle senses the danger. It has ordered its servants to put the Void and Chaos relics out of your father's reach. Without those weapons, he will be trapped in the castle forever. You must restore the weapons to where your father can find them. I understand that he must make this journey of redemption of his own free will, but if we don't help him now, he is lost. We are all lost.
I understand, Mother. Take me to the castle.
Okay. Our basic actions. Got our transmutation ruins. Glacium Blade. Attacks made while the Glacium Blade is invoked to restore health cost of Glacium magic. Some ice attacks may freeze the enemies. Frozen enemies are very weak to blows. with magic other than Glacium. Ignatius Blade. Attacks made while the Ignatius Blade is invoked inflict more damage at the cost of Ignatius magic. On impact, the Ignatius Blade can heat the enemy shield to the breaking point. Proceed. It's interesting that there's no like double what'd you call it? Double skill trees for this. Since it's all one weapon, just lets you get everything all together. Alright. Items. Heart of the Wolf. When Dracula gave him his blood after taking his life in a brutal fight, Trevor began a radical metamorphosis that lasted 3 decades. When he awoke, the corrupt inheritance of his father had taken over every inch of his being, giving him supernatural powers that cost him his humanity. Since then, he has been fighting against the darkness, regenerating his wounds with the blood of his enemies, and swearing to use his curse to defend mankind until the end of his days. Zagrum. Using the tip of the vampire killer left by his father in Carmela's heart, and the remains of the other 2 swords, Alucard forged Chrysogrim, extremely lethal weapon, molded in the likeness of its owner, retaining all of the power of the originals in its alloy. From the vampire killer, it retains the ability to punish its peers, paralyzing them in a state of infinite agony. From Glacium and Igneous, the elemental blades for the underworld, it inherits the icy ability to absorb life and the burning intensity of the flames capable of melting any armor. When the cold hands of its bearer so require, the broadsword unleashes all of the energy of these weapons, enabling it to give new meaning to the act of severing things. Got the relics, same relics as before. There is no Talisman of the Dragon now. We still have dungeon keys. Glacium Blade. The Glacium was the name of a graceful magical rapier that took the lives of thousands of Brotherhood soldiers before being destroyed by one of their paladins. There is no record of its first owner, and even less known about the master blacksmith who forged it, only that it is associated with a terrible curse that fell upon all those who laid a hand on it. Like the icy finger of death itself, the blade drained the vitality from its enemies and injected it into the body of its bearer, making them practically invincible in battle. It was an unmatched power that led its owners to suffer terrible deaths, painful losses, and drove its few survivors mad under its influence. Today, its essence is hidden in the metal that makes up the Chrysogrim, and its sharp blade remains in waiting to be called upon once more by its master. In times before the arrival of the Lords of Shadow, an unscrupulous general managed to make a deal with the Demon King Ignatius. With it, Igneous. In it, he offered to fulfill an unknown wish for the creature in exchange for the key to the entire castle he meant to conquer. The key was none other than an enormous broadsword with an eternal flame capable of consuming any material it hit against. Oh, excuse me. With it, its owner was able to conquer 100 territories and terrorize the rest of the free countries until the demon returned to collect on his debt. The infernal creature broke the seal that held the agreement closed, and inside he read, "That which is granted by fire must be destroyed by fire." The general, enraged, brandished the magical sword, devastating everything in his way until all of his cities were reduced to ashes and his weapon shattered to pieces. Fragments could be recovered, were mixed with the steel of the Crucigram and still today light up its blade with the intensity of hell. We'll do that. We won't worry about lore yet, although lore has some, but we'll hold off on that for now. There's actually a crazy amount of things that you can do with Alucard. It's a shame that like his bat form thing here is really cool for moving around the castle. It's a shame that it really did not get more play, unfortunately. Like, this would have been a really cool ability to give Dracula. But I guess they didn't want him zipping all over the place and such. But, those that have been watching should know this place. This is a tower that we had in the second episode, I think. So it's possible to do the same skip that I did with Gabriel with Alucard. But unfortunately, it is considerably harder for Alucard, I feel like. Mainly because Alucard doesn't have a mist form to kind of make up the difference. You have to be really on point. Notice that the teleportation rooms do not open for Alucard. But since I did it the opposite last time, we're going to go ahead and actually go into the arena this time.
I'll watch you fall. I'm burning! Die, devil! Die, devil!
Oh. Hell?
Move away! He's
Weird.
lying.
Shocked that I have to mash that. Just like in the previous normal game, ensnared demons are pretty important when you're talking about optimizing stuff. Just to give yourself the most powerful combat options at any given time. It's nice. This is a relatively linear DLC, so we're not going to do too much moving back and forth. So here's the interesting power that recontextualizes a lot of stuff. use your timeless vision ability to make objects go back in time. Objects that go back in time have a limited lifespan before they return to their original state. Spectral Wolf to jump over long distances. So I don't think we have double jump. No, we don't. Does this work? Nah, I didn't think so. So, no way in here normally, but there are actually ways through here. This is a pickup normally for an ability. Okay. Not exactly what I was expecting. So, like, a lot of interesting, cool stuff that could be done with this that they just kind of decided not to do. Or rather, I should take that back. They decided not to do it in the normal game. And, maybe could have done a little bit more with this as well, but...
Well done! You've won a gift!
Nice. Snare Demon's nice for that. Good, isn't this a move? Yeah, that's a move. That's a really good move for breaking stuff. Environment. Fortunately, we didn't get very good luck on relics. Very good luck at all on them. Oh well. go this way first. Okay, so we'll get a door in order to access everything there. Fortunately, we don't have a way to get up that way. If we had a way to get up that way, this whole section would be, like, kind of trivially easy. Instead of just mostly easy. At this, we can actually, show some of the cooler things you can do for to traverse the area. Allows you to do the whole Batman thing. You remember if you need to get that high. I think you do need to be. If I get there... Okay, never mind. If I get there, then I can get up there. It's a little time trial thing here.
Until the song is over. Well done! You won the prize!
Good, a Stolas clock. My recollection is that Stolas clock might have some slight use as well. Nice cool room here. I don't remember if I can do anything with this yet. I think so. Maybe not yet. Yeah, not yet. So I gotta bring the elevator down first. I think you're supposed to take this route first. Also do a little bit of braking in these rooms as well. What was I opening again? Oh, the other side, I think, right? I think that was what it was? No, because I gotta use my time powers in order to get across that gap. Okay, so maybe I had to go this side first. Oh, wow. Oh yeah, I'm on, like, the hardest difficulty, aren't I? Probably stop fucking around, or just lower it.
I must find him.
I'd forgotten that that's something that happens when you do, New Game Plus. Keep doing that. That also explain slightly higher health total. Huh? Yeah, there's no luck on these relics. I'm really confused what I'm opening now. So I thought we were manipulating the elevator, but I guess not. Apparently forgetting something. See, so putting the key in there ended up doing that. There's also extra places you can go up there. Oh, damn it. Right. Other side, I guess? It's been a while since I've done this. It's probably obvious to anybody watching. I thought that was the key to that. Maybe now I have to do this one. So basically, the game was just trolling the shit out of me, and I needed to put in a key first before it would let me do anything. So you get to the upper platform to be able to get to any special stuff. Alright. Okay, I tried to dodge there and it just didn't let me, so that's cool. bird's eye view of the place here. That's how you get up here in order to get to extra stuff. You can jump across using wolf form. But no reason to do that. Be hitting our lore dump once we get access, I think, to the Void Sword is the first one. We are definitely using an Ensnare Demon for this, because this is a crummy fight, normally. Can't get more than 3, huh? That's weird. Anyway. I think my recollection is that I'm supposed to ultimate Ignis this. I don't think I can freeze him. No. Yeah.
Mother, I have the sword.
When your father reached the castle after defeating the Forgotten One, he shut himself away in the innermost chamber. He lost his mind in that place. That is where the castle has hidden the Chaos power. That place.
I will return, Mother. I promise.
All right.
Now you must retrieve the Chaos power, my son.
That cool ash statue.
You must be careful, my son. The Chaos power is in the most dangerous place of the castle.
Good to know about the navigators soon. They're a different thing.
Your father used the power of the navigators to move swiftly between different areas of the castle. When they died, its power was forgotten in time. Your father will wake in a few hours. You must hurry, Trevor!
All right. So. Go ahead and kill off some bloody skeletons here, and then we'll start doing some gore. Me? There's supposed to be another bat place here. Oh, probably have to do that first. Nice and easy. As long as you have a freezing power, bloody skeletons are considerably easier to deal with, but if you don't, then they are a pain in the ass. Especially if there's more than a couple of them. Then it can be hard to get into a position where you can actually stop them. Alright. Let's do a little bit of lore here. Backcloud with the backcloud selected. Press and release to fly to a hold point. Yeah. Timeless vision. Turn an object to its original state. Spectral wolf selected. Press and hold RT to project Alucard's present in astral form. This state you can go through some obstacles as well as jump long distances. Remember, while you use this ability, Alucard's physical body remains defenseless in its original position. Batcloud. The Curse of the Blood means an entire compendium of mysteries for those who have lived long enough to study it. From what little is known, it has been determined that with time it tends to mutate to adapt to the needs of its carrier, offering new and twisted abilities with which to ensure survival. In the case of Alucard, who lacks the wings common to other members of his species, the blood has improved his ability to dominate vermin to the point of being able to take their shape temporarily. With this skill, the son of Dracula can divide himself into hundreds of bats to reach distant places in less than a heartbeat of his victims. Spectral Wolf. It is said that as soon as a vampire is born, every detail involved in that instant places a permanent mark on the nature of the new creature. Trevor was converted by his father one night under a full moon, and he was strongly affected by its wild influence. Since then, every night that the moon is full, Alucard awakens the ability to project his spirit in the form of a white wolf that travels through the world without physical limitations. Many travelers... Oh, interesting. Alucard awakens by his form of a white wolf and travel through the world without physical limitation. Many travelers have told stories of how, in times of great need, an enormous white wolf came to guide them through along save points. So the thing that you have to get from this is that the idea that the spectral wolf can pass through things, or the way it looks, is just a cosmetic thing, and a gameplay conceit. When he goes spectral wolf form, he is supposed to be turning into a white wolf, which is something that I kind of thought of before. Is like, why is the white wolf and not the spectral wolf, or vice versa? But it basically just confirms here that it is a gameplay conceit to try and help the player out to determine, this isn't a corporeal thing. Like, you can move through stuff with it. Timeless vision. So here's the interesting one. Centuries after finishing off Dracula, Alucard continued to recreate in his mind each one of the rooms in the castle he then visited, trying to remember every wall, every door, and every statue, suspecting that one day it would be very useful to him. He wasn't mistaken, as with the return of his father, the castle too rose up again from the rubble. Now he is the only one who, like his father, has the necessary link to return the splendor to every corner of the fortress, projecting his memories and making the image he retains of them tangible. So this is interesting. So there is like kind of a hole in the theory that I was proposing, but it cleans up a lot of kind of messy stuff. So my current working theory now is that the way the castle projects itself and comes into being is the result of the latent power in Dracula's blood, the castle itself being a demon that can like manipulate forms and change and mutate on its own, and Alucard with this ability, Timeless Vision. So you'll recall that, as far as I can recall, every single time that you go from the future into the past, Alucard is the vessel that facilitates that, or rather Trevor and the White Wolf. I suspect that the reason that this works partially is due to Timeless Vision. Alucard is literally using his power of Timeless Vision to put you back in the castle as it once was, as he remembers it. So that, along with like kind of a combination of Dracula's latent abilities and the castle itself, all three of those are kind of coming together to do it. Timeless Vision was a really solid explanation for a lot of stuff that was happening, but it does mention in Timeless Vision itself that it says that with the return of his father, the castle too rose up again from the rubble. So it can't be entirely, I should say, contingent on Timeless Vision and its use. So my current working theory is it's a combination of the now. But honestly, that is the main reason I feel like to look at the DLC. I mean, the DLC covers why the weapons are there and how Alucard became the lieutenant, which we'll see. But, like, learning about Timeless Vision is actually one of the most interesting things, I think, about this DLC, because of some of the implications it can have on the story at large.
Is this how you want you roam his dwelling? You steal his rest. You kill his servants. What are we going to do?
What indeed? I will honor my father by freeing him from you.
Please. There we go. So besides that fighting arena, I think there's much more in this room to look at. It's the Forbidden Wing, or the Verboten Wing. You're nasty with the soap and stuff. No, I actually need to do this first, right? I believe you can actually go 2 platforms before moving Alucard, but in case I'm forgetting stuff, just keep this moving. I suppose we still have a little bit of lore to do, actually, too, which I should get some of it done. We did a lot of the skills. We went through Alucard's abilities, but the lore itself. After the events reflected in Mirror of Fate, Dracula's firstborn kept away from the human cities before accepting his new nature. He wandered in the night like one of the godless creatures that he swore to destroy so long ago, until he understood that there was nothing he could do now to get back the life that was taken from him. He could only abandon his old beliefs and fight for the one thing that made sense to his existence. After visiting the tomb of the wife he longed for, he set out alone on a campaign to hunt down the creatures of darkness and watch over the new generations of men. When the Prince of the Shadows' castle once again rose from the rubble, the trail led him to his father once again. Not even his descendants, the Belmonts, nor the innumerable armies of the Brotherhood of Light could ever even come close to annihilating him. He is Dracul the Dragon, an immortal being whose cursed soul is condemned to remain trapped in the body of a vampire. Bound to his castle for all eternity. From the beginning, the unbearable yearning for revenge has driven him along the path of ire and destruction, a path of infinite suffering and despair, a road that he would now like to leave behind. And then it's the exact same data log, now that I read memory remained alive in Dracula Awakening. This was guiding his action. Okay. Yeah, that's the same as the other one. 2 meters tall, that's the same. So Brother Clerk's probably the same. Sondred, these are all probably the same. Keeper of the Void Sword. Alright. Interestingly enough, this Keeper of the Void Sword, that helmet is reminiscent of some of the statues in the dungeon. Serving the orders that the echo of the castle gives them, the dungeon jailers quickly hid the Void Sword to keep Dracula from finding it upon his return. The leader, more corpulent and better armored than the rest, carries the weapon clumsily, followed by a group of henchmen with little interest in self-preservation. Despite not understanding how its magical properties work, the Keeper of the Void Sword seems to be affected by the energy that envelops it, making him able to project it at will. The enormous beast's fascination with contemplating the cold blade of the Void Sword makes it clear that no creature will be able to take it away from him except over his dead body. Harpy of the Deaths. Far from the Mountains. Yeah, that's the same. Bloody Lancer. The remains of the elite guard who one day fought at the forefront against the forces of the Brotherhood of Light were left to float adrift after the defeat of the Prince of Darkness. However, the cursed blood of Dracula soon invaded the castle, covering their bones and reviving their extremities to defend the legacy of their lord. Bloody Lancers are experts in the use of weapons that give them their name. They use their disciplined training to impale any creature, beast, or man who dares enter their domain. Navigators. He was originally a traveler from another plane with a humanoid appearance who, attracted by the evil of the castle, succumbed to the void power within it. The extreme, prolonged exposure to the energy that Dracula offered deformed him and divided his being into different deformed avatars, free from concepts such as pain, time, or existence itself. The plural creature adapted to the lack of gravity or space-related limitations of beings that exist in just one plane, expanding and occupying several corners of the castle at the same time. Moved by the need to satisfy the Keeper of the Void Sword, the Navigators responded to his presence, holding space around him and transporting him from one point of the fortress to another. However, the dragon's sleep detained the energy flow needed to prevail, and, after several centuries, they finally perished. Yeah, the Zobek's lieutenant thing is the same. We can do Soldier's Diaries after we get the Chaos Clause taken care of. That way we're not just sitting here doing this over and over. So, big thing here is that there is no place for me to actually go in this location. Notice that the boxes also don't move when Alucard is on top of them. It's because this is incorporeal. And even though this is incorporeal, you know, can't go through this fence. Even though we've gone through fences before that are basically exactly like this one. But everything is super dumb. So... that is unfortunate. Who gets the plushies? What? Okay, this is a problem. I did not get there nearly fast enough. Okay, I need to zip to that one instead. So... when I get back into lore again, I don't know if you caught the last little bit of lore I did, LOP, but I can share with you my current understanding of how the castle exists. And unfortunately, based on a small line inside of the DLC, it isn't quite as tidy as I would hope. It doesn't negate my thoughts on it, but it does make the my explanation a lot less potent. get why I can transmute up to 5, but I can only carry up to 3. Very strange. Huh. I also noticed even dumber things on the story. So, a funny thing. So, Alucard's plan, right, when he's explaining the plan, he just knows that the sword will put Dracula into a vampiric Kryptonian healing sleep, you know? He just knows. He has no basis for this whatsoever that we've seen inside of the game. He just knows that that will happen. Okay? And erase his memory. And steal his power. Okay? He just knows it. Okay? God, what was the other thing? Oh, man, there was something else that was way worse, though. And now my brain is, like, just not remembering it. Like, that is kind of like... Okay, you have the script, but let's say maybe, just maybe, he found a book or something. Maybe. Maybe that's how he found out. Right? Currently blanking on... Oh, fuck. Okay, I needed to repair the boxes first. That's right. Like, let's say maybe he's run into a vampire before that was kind of like that. I don't know. I don't know, but... It's bad, but maybe. I'm blanking on the thing that's actually terrible, because it's based on a complete assumption. And I think it has to... I want to say it has to do with, like, Zobek or something. And I'm going to have to watch the cutscene again in order to remember it. But it was pretty bad. It was quite rough. I think I need to repair something here, right? Yeah. That's what I forgot to do. It only makes some sense because they barely talk about story in that game in general. So, I don't know, I wouldn't be super encouraged by the storytelling prowess of Dawn of Sorrow. Put it that way. Or Aria of Sorrow, either or. I don't think he would, because how would he know that a Far Eastern mythology would work in relation to his Wallachian vampire father? Not so sure about that. I think he was just kind of guessing and hoping that it worked out. Yeah. Like, none of that shit is explained enough to be able to disprove it, because it's so, like, threadbare to begin with. They're just like, yeah, it just works. It's just gonna work. How do you know? Don't even say, how do you know? It's just gonna work. It just will. Yeah, they say they seal evil in eclipses. They also say a lot of stuff about finally killing Dracula that never works either, so... Also, Japan isn't the only culture that has mythology around eclipses, so why in Japan specifically? Why not anywhere else where eclipse happens with holy places? Is it because Dracula's a Japanese vampire or something? Except he's not, because that's actually a thing, and it's very different from what Dracula is. Okay, I think it's... Is it this side? It might be the other side first. Yeah, it's the other side first, because we need to drop the shield on it. Which means I also have to get the shield, quite frankly. It's the shield. Could drop it somewhere first? Wait, no, I have to remake the shield, don't I? Yeah, I have to remake the shield. I'm trying to remember puzzle solutions for a game I haven't played in like 3 years or something. Oh, fuck off. Should have worked. I got knocked off. I don't know. I am sure that you could find another place that worships sun and moon gods and has an active holy spot. I am 1000% sure of that. I mean, haven't you ever heard of hippie nature communes? They're all about the moon goddess and Mother Nature and stuff. Cycles of the moon and the sun. Celestial bodies. Then you have the pseudoscience people. Those guys love that shit too. Oh, right. I was supposed to fly... There's like a overlook there that I'm supposed to fly to get past that. So I just bypassed that a bit weirdly.
He's no rival for us. Move away! He's lying!
It is done, Mother.
Alright. This is the weird part, is now it's like you're free to look through the castle. There's not really much to explore with the castle to go back through. So what I'm saying is that, like, you're thinking of mainstream religious practices. What I'm saying is I am positive that there are still sun and moon and celestial body cults that exist. And pseudoscience people are all about that shit. You will find that shit all over, like, weird historic websites and shit. But, you know, apparently Japan's the only one that have the rituals that work, because they're special. Because they're a bunch of fucking xenophobes that made their game to make their country important, I guess, in that one or something. I don't know. It's very strange. Alex Deer. I don't know how many days it's been since the Harpies attacked me. I felt like I lost consciousness when I defended myself against one of them, and then I appeared up here, far from the solid land and even farther away from home. How did I get here? What could have happened to my brothers? The deep wound on my chest seems to be infected. There's a festering white substance that is poisoning my blood and fogging my mind. Maybe I'm delirious, but I can't help thinking that I'm experiencing the terrifying story I heard some time ago from my captain. He told about how one of his comrades was injured and abducted by a winged beast with the body of a woman, how he was found days later with his limbs amputated. While he was captured, he was forced by his captor to perform acts that went against his honor, and his flesh was used to feed new life they had got. Ignan Arnold. What is that idiot thinking? Not only does he call me inept, but he also orders me to walk through the snowstorm in search of a safe entrance for the rest of the division. While he's sitting there, I'm risking my neck out there, but of course, he's in charge. And to top it off, to show his enormous generosity to the rest, he gave me a frayed map that I'm supposed to understand. How the hell am I supposed to read with this? I can't even tell a damp stain on the tower from Dracula himself. When I get back, I'm going to give that Brett a piece of my mind. The members of my division were conducting reconnaissance outside of the castle, preparing for the assault, when we were caught up in a terrible snowstorm. Fearing that we would be trapped with time against us, we decided to split up to find a way in. After a tedious journey, I found a passage into the mountain. I followed it to a circular anteroom, with a strange device in the center and an enormous metal door. I pushed it, beat it, stabbed it with my sword with all my might. The tremendous cold had frozen its hinges, making it an impassive giant that laughed at my insistence. We'll finish this report, rest a bit, return to my comrades. I'm sure the proud door will be kind enough to cede to subtle passage of our maces and battering ram. Francis's invitation. Buried in the stove, I found an invitation that might have belonged to an old visitor to the castle. On golden paper, written in ink and bright colors, the following can be read. Welcome to the Toymaker's marvelous guest house. Spend an unforgettable night with the most exotic creatures. Enjoy our juggling show with shields and knives. Dine on unique dishes made with delicious manticore glands. Dance until dawn in our steak room. Don't wait another second. Right. Thomas's last dance. Safe at last. I'm not quite sure how I managed to get out of that last passageway alive. Could it be that this new lightweight armor I'm wearing has brought me luck? This room actually looks a lot like a ballroom. Can't really see what's in the middle of the room from here. Perhaps some modern musical device to liven up the evenings, but it seems to be in bad shape. If I were skilled enough to repair it, I wish you were here, my love, to dance with you again. Damn war. And damn shield! I pulled it off one of the statues, but I doubt it's worth taking with me, because I don't know that it will be of any use against the traps. I'm about to rest for a moment to think about my next move and try to heal my wounds. I think I was hit by one of those stakes and haven't got much ointment left, but I'll survive and I'll return to dance with you, love. Angry Sir Wolf. Perhaps one AVGN. I figured out how to get out of this damned ballroom. It had a convenient mortal saw installed in this... What? Weird. I figured out how to get out of this damn ballroom. It had a convenient mortal saw installed in the center. I was also able to dodge the blades of the lethal grid in the previous room. And despite that, here I am unable to get past this new trap. The solution seems so impossible to me that my only hope is to lay here and wait to see if the whirlwind will come and take me up to my destination. Referencing CV2. Review. Chief Adrian's diary. Day 1. This pool of putrid blood spits out the bones of its victims with the waves. Swimming across is impossible. I can barely stand the stench, and I need to get away to eat my rations. Day 3. Maybe I could bring some floating objects to this lake and jump from one to another to reach the other side. Day 3. Evening. There are vampires nearby. If God gives me strength, I'll find appropriate boxes. My rations are finished. Soon I will no longer be a good fighter. Day 5. Got the boxes here now, and they float. If I can get past the hunger, I will soon be able to cross this damn flooded room. Day 6. I was splashed by a bit of blood, but I've made it to the other side. Maybe it isn't lethal in small amounts. I just need to try to not fall into it. Soon I'll figure out the mechanism on the other side of the lake. Day 6. Evening. I found a new way to feed myself. Today is my lucky day. With renewed energy, I'll think hard and resolve the enigma. Recipe: grind or chop a bit of onion and parsley and heat it with the blood, filtering out any bones. Take out the chopped produce before it begins to fry. Clean out the clots and allow to cool. Well, I wonder if it's supposed to be Chef Adrian's diary rather than Chief. Do you think they would make that mistake? Carl's weariness. I'm tired of wandering through the rooms of this damned castle one after another. The blood that envelops it never stops trying to devour me, and although I know the way out, I still haven't got the energy. The process seems simple: put weight on the pressure mechanism and run towards the exit before it closes, or the blood engulfs the path. However, it gets more complicated with each new room I discover, and I don't think I'm fast enough to get past the final challenge. Okay. So, we've gone through all the lore and stuff. Real quick, I'm going to revisit this since you're here, LLP. So, Timeless Vision. This is an ability that Alucard is shown to have in the DLC. Okay. Centuries after finishing off Dracula, Alucard continued to recreate in his mind each one of the rooms in the castle he then visited, trying to remember every wall, every door, and every statue, suspecting that one day it would be very useful to him. He wasn't mistaken, as with the return of his father, the castle too rose up again from the rubble. Now he is the only one who, like his father, has the necessary link to return the splendor to every corner of the fortress, projecting his images and making the image he retains of them tangible. So, if you recall, every single time that Dracula goes back to the castle or back to the city, it's as a result of meeting Trevor or using the White Wolf. So Alucard is seemingly an intrinsic component of him changing realities. And I think part of what is happening is related to this ability. Alucard is projecting this power over large portions of the castle to recreate them as he remembers them. Now, there is one issue with this. I thought that this was a really, really solid explanation, but there is one problem, and it's a sentence in here. Which is, he wasn't mistaken, as with the return of his father, the castle too rose up again from the rubble. Now, he is the only one who, like his father, has the necessary link to return the splendor to every corner of the fortress. So, my now current working theory is threefold. It's some combination of timeless vision, the latent power of Dracula, and the demon that composes the castle structure, or that was bound to the castle. My current working theory is some combination of all three of those is what is causing the state of the castle and the this projection of his like kind of alternate personality or the blood through the castle. I mean, it is a shame that that one sentence exists in this because it ties up so many loose ends, but it does exist. So reworking my current working theory, it's probably a combination of all of those three things. But that bit of lore is kind of super cool inside of this. Also, these guys are super cool, the navigators. Forbidden Wing. I think I go to the Forbidden Wing. I don't remember, to be honest. Oh no, I'm supposed to talk to Marie when I'm ready to stop. That's right. Yeah, now I remember that. Yeah, you have to talk to Marie. I'll definitely have to pull up the Al's plan again before the end of this so that I can mention the other thing. That was like actually a way bigger problem than Al just knowing that that's how it was going to work.
It is time. Father will soon be awake. Now I must return to the city and defend him from his enemies. Everything will be all right. He is coming. Father, I am ready.
I just thought about another kind of awkward thing. I forget, by lore, according to Mirror of Fate, didn't they take Trevor away from his mother when he was still a baby? So I believe he was in a crib when the Brotherhood was taking him. So for some reason, he has this picture-perfect memory and conception about what his mother looked like and how she was like. That was kind of another issue with this is, so he pulls the blade out of Dracula, and immediately the mother shows up. And Alucard seems to have this really strong connection to her, which makes me wonder if... Like, originally I was wondering, did he create the image of his mother from his memories and start working off of that in the castle? But that can't be, because he never really knew his mother. Unless Dracula's latent powers were keeping that imaginary castle going through the entire time that he was impaled by the Chrysagram, but that seems kind of unlikely. Another interesting thought that I kind of wondered is, like, so they rebuild Castlevania City over the ruins of the castle, right? I kind of wonder how much of that was maybe directed or influenced by the demon that still was in the grounds. Because I don't think they ever got rid of the demon that inhabited the castle. So... Cool throne. I actually really like this Alucard design also. Like, I'm not a big fan of the whole open chest thing that him and his father have, but the rest of the design's really cool, I think. If a bit impractical on a couple things. I think one of the things that really sells me on Alucard's design here is like the like cracks. Almost like cracked marble on his face. Kind of a cool visual. I mean, really, like, the entire reason Mirror of Fate ended with defeating Dracula was because a game had to happen.
Right on time.
Well, well. So it was your presence we felt. We thought it was your father. My master is going to be so disappointed.
Nice armor.
I was looking for a dragon, but all I see is a lizard.
God, I hate this. I remember how annoying this fight is now.
Too easy.
Damn, not a single double hit yet. It's a shame. Lol. I just iframed his spikes, which is one of the hardest things to actually dodge. That's kind of funny.
Regeneration was the first lesson I learned from my master.
Don't ever show him drawing his sword with any amount of great detail, by the way. That'll do it for our DLC. We will go back to the main game to finish it up. So now that we've filled in the gaps.
We found him. You were right. He is here.
I must find the location chosen by Satan.
Alright. So, my recollection is we finished up with all the rest of this except for Satan and Leviathan. Another kind of interesting thing I found out. Yeah, Roderick was Swift. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So you just have 2 more. Another thing I found out playing through the DLC again for Lords of Shadow 1 is I had forgotten that Leviathan is actually underneath the castle. Sleeping. Found that out again. I played through.
I've found him, Father. The Acolyte is in the cathedral where Zobek first found you. Hurry! He is here.
Let's go.
For some reason, inside the cathedral, there's also a Mirror of Fate platform. That apparently, Sons of Dor actually got through somehow. But, think about it too much, I guess. I guess you can kind of bamf anywhere, but still, the fact this door's here.
In the name of Satan, Lord of the Earth, King of the world, I order the forces of darkness to pour its infernal power over me. Let the gates of hell open wide. And from the abyss greet me as your brother and friend. I order everything to be as I command. My lord.
Satan was like, you know that cool inky blackness that made me look ethereal and weird in the first game? Just gonna make a metal cod piece instead.
I despise incompetence. I must congratulate you. I confess, I had not expected to see you here. We could share this world. You and I.
I have been taking steroids for thousands of years, because you whooped my ass too hard.
But you desire to destroy me. I see that now. I'm very well aware of your power, Gabriel. However, I desire to destroy this world. If I cannot rule the world of men, then no one will!
There's Leviathan.
It's time. Stop him before he escapes.
We must go up. Try to avoid the explosions of energy.
Don't tell me what to do. Trying to go quickly. I can't go up that way. Just going up into space, no big.
We need to reach those chains. Watch out for the energy bursts. Go back to your left. There's an access that will allow us to reach the back of the beast.
Alright. For that, though. Final couple things to cover. Leviathan. The ancient god responsible for sinking continents during the Great War in the Old World is known by the name of Leviathan. It is a colossal beast reflected in legend as a being of immense cruelty that remains dormant under the caverns over which the city of Castlevania is built, since well before the arrival of the first civilization. Satan, aware of its power, took advantage of its state to drag it to the abyss, where it is chained up and subjected to eternal torture. Converting its suffering into ire, and the ire into an unlimited source of energy, the Leviathan filled itself with enough power to reduce the planet to ashes. It is a power that its captor longs to harness, and which will determine the fate of all mankind. Suffer, you damn lazy beast. Feed off of the pain and hatred I give you, or when you unleash your ire, you must fulfill your duty. Say. The face of true evil is rarely seen on the earth in its true form, as his strong bond with hell prevents it. However, following a long wait in exile in the burning abyss, Satan's moment has arrived. For centuries, his acolytes have prepared his return, awaiting the perfect time, gathering the power needed to release him from his bonds and bring him back. Though his hordes preceded him in time, bringing hell to earth, the fallen angel is not satisfied, as no one warned him that the only warrior capable of defeating him was now in a position to face him. It's too late now. He has no other options, and the only thing he knows for certain is that he will not be defeated again. He knows Dracula's weaknesses, and he will not think twice about unleashing all power available to eliminate him. If I cannot rule the world of men, then no. He did it. That's all of the data logs.
Try to avoid the explosions of energy. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't just go straight to those. You have to actually beat these guys.
We must finish
kinda
these
lame.
creatures off soon.
By kinda lame, I mean really lame.
Fall, damned aberrations!
Destroy it! Now!
Come closer, son. I want to embrace you.
I like this body. Let's see what it can do. Alucard only longed for your power, Gabriel.
See?
I know that now.
Satan knew that hit shit was so whack that he didn't even trust his new juiced out body to be able to beat Gabriel, so he was just like, fuck it. I guess I'm just gonna steal Alucard's body and hope that's good enough.
When this is over, you'll bow down at my feet.
Damn. Trying to catch him in, like, corner, bits of the avalanche.
I'll do it!
Okay, fine. I guess we'll just do this the easy way. There we go. If you catch him with, like, the tip of, that move, does a billion damage.
That you'll never get out of! Don't hit me, father!
Nah, he just knows he can't do anything. LLP. I mean, Gabriel beat his ass in a fist fight before he had the power of the Forbidden One, and Laura, and however many other people he stole their power from. Satan just a bitch.
It's your son who's suffering, not me.
Damn. I actually think I need to do another air phase, so... yeah, screw it. If I need to do another air phase, it's fine.
I'll sink you in a darkness that you'll never get out of! Your son hates you, Gabriel! What did you do to him?
Let's watch this once.
How much punishment can this body endure?
Oh, can I just bomb him? How much bombs do you? Not that much to him.
Don't hit me, father! What now, Prince of Darkness? Are you going to kill your son again? I know you, Gabriel Belmont. Your feelings will betray you. You won't kill your son to destroy me.
You don't Know me, Satan. You were wrong about me.
See, look at that. Instantly bodied. Less than a second. What a bitch. Oh yeah, so we just killed Satan. So, not really sure what the implications of that are.
Father.
The sun is rising. It's time to go.
What happens now?
Who knows what fate has in store?
Oh man, at least the pizza restaurant survived. Yeah, garlic doesn't do anything in this mythology. And the holy water isn't even holy water. Alright. That's all of the train wreck that's Lords of Shadow's story. Beginning to end. From the... I don't want to say highs, but from the nice little scenic hill that's Lords of Shadow 1 to the absolute drop-off in pit of a Black Monday with Lords of Shadow 2 and Mirror of Fate. All right, I'm gonna find that cutscene again. I completely forgot the major point, so I'm gonna go ahead and find that again. Lords of Shadow 2 Alucard's plan. Is that it? Is that good enough? Okay, maybe.
It will not kill you. and send his lieutenant.
Okay, no, that's okay, we got a walkthrough maybe? Maybe this is good enough?
Charge.
Okay. Got the Tetra Ninja gameplay, apparently.
That's why the power of your god cannot destroy. Because I am his chosen.
Alright.
Reality runs through your veins too.
Of course. Only my father, Gabriel Belmont, can destroy Dracula.
It is too late for me.
How can you be so sure?
The roots of evil are deep. Irreversibly so in the hearts of men. It is their true nature. Their destiny. I was their most devoted warrior. A champion of light. But I fell. Fell into darkness. And now, I am feared as the Prince of Darkness. Ironic, don't you think? The mighty Zobek hides from me like the scared rat he is. Even Satan himself is too afraid to leave the pits of hell and fight me. But if I die now, Alucard, they will simply take my place. Evil will prevail. It is the natural order. The world is like this. Abandon all hope.
No. What if there was a way to destroy their evil forever? To free mankind from tyranny? If they believed you dead, they would come out into the light once more, would they not? This is the Crusaegrim. I forged this weapon from a fragment of the vampire killer you drove into Camilla's heart. I found it in the castle, all those years ago. The first time we faced each other.
So this all tracks. It's
If
all
your
fine.
heart is pierced by this weapon, you will fall into a deep sleep. It will
What?
not kill you.
Uh,
But you would lose all your powers and would not be able to resurrect until it was removed.
you sure about that?
This is not the true death you desire.
You sure it wouldn't just kill me? Because the vampire killer kills me, so why would a piece of it not kill me?
Centuries will pass, and his acolytes will start to prepare for his return. Zobek will no doubt think that
Satan is going to return. And he will be beset by panic. Zobek knows only too well that he is no rival for Satan, so he'll look for me, in the hope that I'm still alive somewhere.
at the appropriate time, I will remove the sword. I'll make sure that Zobek finds you. He knows only that with your help can the Acolytes be destroyed and Satan's return foiled.
I will be too weak. Zobek will see through the charade easily.
The long sleep will fragment your memory.
How do you know
Zobek
that?
will only see confusion.
I won't remember this conversation. And Zobek will see only dark shadows in my mind. But how can you be sure I'll collaborate with him?
Because, in
Here's
exchange
the
for
thing.
your help, he'll offer you the
This
one
is
thing
it.
you really desire. True death. Eternal peace.
Zobek has the vampire killer.
Yes.
How do you know that?
Your weapon broken, but he has found the fragments and rebuilt
How
it.
does...
Only
How the
he
fuck does he know
can
that?
grant you eternal rest. You must allow the last Acolyte's summoning ritual to bring Satan to this earth. We can trap him here.
They just said they don't know where Zobek is. He's in deep-ass hiding. He's presumably in the land of the dead hanging out.
in order to confront
But
him at the
somehow,
moment.
some fucking way, Alucard knows that this fucking asshole has a weapon that was completely busted to shit in the abyss.
To sacrifice everything for humanity. Again.
Yes, I am. Within this last moment, you will hold both Zobek and Satan within your grasp.
Then do it. That damn sword into my heart before I change my mind!
Yeah, so how does Zobek know where it is? How does he recover it when it's a fucking bitch to get to the abyss and be able to survive it? How does he mend it? And how does Alucard know that he has it? Because Alucard got his piece of the vampire killer from Carmilla, or what the piece that broke off in Carmilla that was still in the castle. So somehow Alucard just has the fucking script and knows that Zobek somehow has this weapon and has put it back together. It's absolutely baffling. There's no, like, cognizance between the pieces of it. It's not like he can track it because it's some holy relic, because other people have tried to find it before, and they haven't found it before. Like, it's so stupid. It's mind-baffling. Like, Gabriel even went through extreme lengths destroying the vampire killer in the abyss, kind of presumably under the hope that it wouldn't get brought back together again. I mean, the answer is that he has the script. And a game had to happen, I guess. But again, and here's the other thing too, is like, Doozy mentions he can turn into a mist and eavesdrop on conversations. Well, Alucard can't turn into a mist, but that's not the point. The point is that Alucard even goes out of his way earlier in this conversation to say that he doesn't know where Zobek is. Zobek's in complete hiding. The way he finds Zobek is he watches his father's body, pulls the sword, they're able to detect his father and him. They go to the place with the lieutenant, he kills the lieutenant, and then gets contacted by Zobek. I don't know, Doozy. Maybe write, like, a line or two to close that up. It's like when people make explanation scenes in movies and then they get cut. So it's just this enormous plot hole in movies when they could have just paid the extra time to have 6 seconds of film added to the movie. But, you know, that's too much. Okay, so here's the dumb part, LLP. Now you're getting into something that is the game completely and deliberately... Okay. How do I explain this? Okay, they mentioned that Zobek is in deep hiding for a very, very long time. Nobody can find him. The Acolytes of Satan can't find him either. Okay? Like, they're trying to look for him because they know he's a problem. If they could get rid of Zobek, then that would be a huge swing in their favor. You know, they're trying to get to Zobek. There is a monument in Castlevania City, in a public place, that talks about how Lord Zobek has donated huge portions of infrastructure and buildings to Castlevania City. and that he's 112 years old and still looks in good health. So you're gonna tell me that these dumb fucking idiots can't see a guy who didn't even change his fucking name, called Lord Zobek, who's a entirely public figure, who probably has tons of pictures of him that look pretty damn similar to the way he used to look during the Brotherhood times? This 112-year-old guy that looks the same, they can't put it together? Zobek isn't death, though. He's a necromancer. There is no soul that created the original vampire killer. The vampire killer is just Gandalfi's creation. There's no soul infused in it. So Gandalfi can't make another one because he's... They don't really cover Gandalfi that well, honestly, but it sounds like he's just in seclusion or in deep hiding, is what it sounds like, or he just went fucking nuts. The Brotherhood has tried to make copies of Gandalfi's weapon. Yeah, you can't make another one because that vampire killer is special for some reason. I can't tell you why exactly. Because, like, other vampire killers have been made and they don't have the same effects. It's kind of weird. Also, Gandalfi would have been alive at the time of Lords of Shadow 1, presumably, LLP. Because they mention in the notes of the guys who are still not skeletal, they are, like, have flesh and bone on them, so they haven't been dead that long, that Gandalfi is wandering around. I believe in Mirror of Fate, they also mention Gandalfi. But, yeah, very weird. What's the end game with this plan? So the idea, Doozy, again, to make it very simple, is it's like, the reason Dracula doesn't concede much of anything is he's like, if I leave, then Satan and Zobek will fight over the world, so I'm kind of keeping them in check. So they create this plan to make Dracula kind of disappear, so that Satan's acolytes will come out of hiding and start summoning Satan. And Zobek will come out of come out of hiding is kind of a weird way to put it, because again, they completely contradict themselves. But Zobek will seek out Dracula, hoping that he's alive, so that he can oppose Satan. And then the idea is to steal Gabriel's memory so that it can't be read. And then Zobek will offer him death as his reward, so that will encourage him to work with Zobek. But again, the big problems with this is, again, there's no fucking way he could know that the vampire killer was gotten by Zobek. There's problems with Zobek even getting the vampire killer, but, you know, whatever, he finds a way, magic. But the fact that Alucard knows, and somehow Zobek is in hiding, but also this extremely public figure, are both extremely dumb things. And somehow Alucard knows what the Chrysogram will do to Gabriel. It won't just kill him, even though it's made out of the vampire killer, so it might just kill him. I mean, I'm making it very, very quick and simple. That's the general plan. Is just fake Dracula's death so that Satan and Zobek come out of hiding, resurrect him at the appropriate time, draw them both out, get Dracula back his powers. Dracula kills Zobek and Satan. I mean, again, it's honestly fine at face value, but again, like, the minute you start reading some of the backlog stuff or paying attention to the rest of the series or anything like that, it just falls apart. Like, I used to think Mirror of Fate might have been the worst story out of them, like the most destroying. I take that back. Lords of Shadow is way worse for contradicting the story or making stupid plot beats that make no sense. It's way worse after going through all the logs and playing through all 3 of them again. Coming across anything save the shard. I will mention that I wasn't sure, but I reaffirmed it. In Mirror of Fate, at the end of Mirror of Fate, the 100% ending, Alucard does find the end of the vampire killer that he's referring to. So that's not particularly a plot hole, although it's kind of dumb that it's hidden behind a 100% completion, but that's there too. Something that's always been kind of dumb to me also is Mirror of Fate in the game Mirror of Fate was like this enormous, like 20-foot tall mirror. And in this game, it's like a handheld pocket mirror. That being said, I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing because they established in Mirror of Fate that even a shard of the mirror has power. So it's potentially true that like maybe the mirror got completely destroyed except for a small portion of it. And that becomes like a hand mirror. What's a little bit weirder is that the avatar, I guess you would say, of Fate, or like the Mirror of Fate entity, is just completely absent from this when he's kind of intended to guide people to their fate, but he's just a non-entity in this story, which is kind of weird. In this game, the Mirror of Fate is just an overglorified key to open up like 3 doors. The thing is, Doozy, they had a pretty good structure in Lords of Shadow 1 to work off of. Mirror of Fate had some noticeable problems, but some of the problems had to do with the fact that the game had happened. Example of that, taking the DLC of Lords of Shadow 1 and Lords of Shadow 1 into context, there is no way. There is 0 chance Alucard and Simon could defeat him. Not possible. Cannot be done. He takes the power of the Forbidden One. The Forbidden One looks at Gabriel and he gets vaporized. And he just does that. Not even like his full power. He just does that. Okay. And he's just walking around with that type of power inside of him at this point, let alone a thousands of year old vampire and then, however many other people he's stolen the power from over time. His sword, his void sword also has basically the powers of entropy. But aside from that, again, a game had to happen, right? It's called Castlevania. You're intended to kill Dracula. The game has to happen. There's other issues with Mirror of Fate, but they aren't that bad. Lords of Shadow 2 is kind of the real deal. After going through it again, I think this is the 3rd time I played through it and gone through all the logs. Yeah, it contradicts Lords of Shadow 1. It contradicts Mirror of Fate. It contradicts itself multiple times. It has multiple nonsensical conclusions. It jettisons characters, changes characterization of characters. has something that you really, really, really have to dig deep in order to even remotely put together and how the castle works. And I still don't even know if I fully understand how the castle works. Fully. Like, I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of it, but even the pretty good grasp of it that I had to restructure on this playthrough because of a single sentence in a data log. I had to go, okay, that can't be the exact case of it. How do I restructure? So it's like you have this really good basis of a world and a universe in LOS1, and just the games after it just fucking killed it. Like, it's honestly not as forced as it seems like, Doozy. And it's both decently telegraphed and also not completely obvious, if that makes sense. It's fine. It's just there's a lot of problems. Oh, another sweet problem. I was mentioning those publicly available monuments. Those publicly available monuments mention that people know that harpies and vampires and Dracula actually existed, and werewolves, and they mention the Lords of Shadow. And you might take that to mean, oh, well, they're talking about folklore, right? I was falling back on that as like, you know what? Maybe this is just like, hey, we're going to talk about folklore and we're trying to say it's real. But that's not true either, because they talk about in one of them that there is a commemoration for a natural history museum that is being decommissioned that has actual physical samples and proofs that these things exist in the world. So it's like, oh man, like it's all dumb. It's dumb all the way down. Oh. Oh well. I mean, I said I would go through it again. I'm supposed to be doing an event thing where people are going to be doing all 3 of the speedruns. I wanted to make sure that I was clean on the story. And honestly, since I'm clean on the story, I'm supposed to assist with LOS2, not doing playing, but other things. I might need to not talk about the story. I tend to try to talk about the story if it's a game not a lot of people have played, just to try to give some context for skips and what's happening. I don't know if I'm going to be able to talk about it. There's so much dumb shit. There's so much dumb stuff. I mean, pretty much the main thing that I used to do was talk about the overall plot and then kind of try to explain the castle as I understood it. Because I think that's something that I've heard probably about half a dozen people mention that they think the castle's nonsense, or they don't understand it at all, or it like they couldn't figure it out. So I try to make it a point to talk about what I understand of that, how that works. So, yeah. What's that? I don't know what you're talking about. Super Hang On has a fantastic story. There's no plot holes in Super Hang On. See? Watch. Look at how many. See, there's no plot holes. You're a guy. You're racing in Africa. There you go. See, no plot holes. It's a decent one for the Tetris joke. Also, really fun game. Never played it before. I mean, obviously, this is nothing super advanced, right? But nice soundtrack, nice, easy fun, checkpoint racing. All right. What else to do? Anything show up here? Okay, so I think I'm gonna call it for tonight. Unless something happens, I'm going to be doing an LOS speedrun tomorrow. An actual full speedrun, because I gotta figure out what my times are gonna be for an estimate. I would also, and the plan is probably to do at least one run a day, maybe even leading up to stuff. I might do some emulator practice as well if I can get the emulator to work how I want it to, because I'm trying to do very specific state save tests on the music box skip. But I've been running into issues with that. I've been able to get save states, but the minute I make a save state, it crashes. So I don't know if I'm actually going to get that. Anyway, I'm going to see if I can find somebody worth your guys' time to watch. See who we got. A lot of people on. I guess I can host Bound. I'll host House, I guess. Doing some StarCraft 2 co-op. See you guys another time.
When Doug and Andre came to TurboTax,
we navigated a turbulent housing market by
buying a motorhome. I made their move count. We've guaranteed 100% accurate taxes for millions of new homeowners.